Hey, it's me. I didn't wanna interrupt the music, so I just kind of let it play out a bit. Same thing as last stream. I'm just gonna continue this 3D dungeon pack. It's hopefully it will be modular. I mean, it kind of is modular as I'm building it out, but uh, I don't really have much to say for this intro. It's pretty much the same as like the last. I don't even know how many streams I've been doing lately, but yeah, the last few streams is pretty much same routine. I have like a modular dungeon pack I'm building for game development, and I want to work on. Well, I basically essentially I just made a bunch of template pieces for the different categories, and now I'm just resizing the existing models I made to make them modular. They connect seamlessly. You can rotate them like that, and yeah, blah blah blah. So just in case you're wondering, this is not a game. I am not making a game. I just test the models as if it were a game, because that's what the intention is. But yeah, to cut it short, I'm not making a game. I'm making a 3D asset pack for game development. Whether I would make a game, that's yet to be determined, but for now, I'm just gonna focus on the 3D modeling aspect of this, and just go from there. What else? I feel like I always feel like I'm forgetting something in these intros, but again, I don't really want to drag it out too long because it's kind of boring to not have the. It's just boring. I don't know. I feel like extended intros are kind of boring, and we're already about 7 minutes into the stream, so I'm just gonna shut up and continue doing what I'm doing. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask, but I may or may not respond. I'll try my best to respond because I've been kind of getting used to the idea of talking and modeling, which you think might be counterproductive, but honestly, it kind of helps. It kind of helps me sometimes to think out loud, if that's the right term. Anyway, what you're seeing here, it's not a bunch of unique assets. These are all like a bunch of duplicates. So I just have to go through and organize them. Some of them were textured, some of them were not. Some of them were single pieces, some of them were doubles, and some of them had the corners cut off. But this was all before I was, like as I was figuring out how to do the modularity. But now that I have a bit of practice with these models, with the, my completed, so to speak, models, I feel like this process will go by a lot quicker. And yeah, I got nothing else for you. I mean, so like that's the plan. That's the plan. Just gonna chill out to some what is this? Ambient Skyrim ambience. I kind of like it, to be honest. I'll be honest. I've never really played Skyrim. Like I'm not like a dungeon crawling kind of guy. I mean, I played Zelda games, but like N64 Zelda games, and I kind of like the Skyrim ambience. It's actually really really nice, to be honest. I might have to take a little inspiration for when I get back into the audio side of things, like the music that you were hearing, basically. So, anyway, I don't want to ramble and drag out this intro. I'm just gonna hit play on the ambience, and I'll get to it. Oh, hey. Oh, looks like I got a few chatters here. I got Studs Edit Triple X. I don't know if that's I don't know. I just hey, what's good? And not so FBI. So before I answer that, let me ask you: are you the FBI? No, for real. I'm working on a modular 3D dungeon pack here. So, instead of showing you all the assets and going over the I am a duck. I have no enemies. All good. I'll trust you. I'll take your word for it. So yeah, I'm working on No, watch. This guy's actually the FBI. No, I'm working on an asset pack, like a modular asset pack. So it's dungeon themed, and I'm just tweaking the models so they all connect nicely. And yeah, basically just doing a bunch of cleanup right now. So that's cool. Where are you gonna sell it? Fab? I have no idea what Fab is, but it should be available on my itch page. To be determined at some time. Like I have no idea when I'm gonna finish this up. But that is the plan. Similar to the other pack that I did. So yeah, I just threw together this little layout, I guess. It's not even like it's not like a level or anything, but just to test out how the pieces snap together and, just looking for inconsistencies and stuff like that. So, but yeah, just to give you a better idea, or not a better idea. I guess I can show you yeah, may as well show it. So this was, just give me 1 second here. Like a lot to go through. Let me just get my character, turn on the extras again, and then go into his settings, and then blah blah blah. So he's over here, lost in space. And yeah, so this was the, oh, by the way, you can ignore those bots. If you really are the FBI, yeah, I'd like to report that bot. Don't click those links. Don't go to those websites that the bots are chatting you up with, because chances are they're probably gonna fuck you over. But yeah. This was the old dungeon, like not dungeon, but the old layout I did. And yeah, I just snapped together but I kind of just like, these are not on the grid. These are all just placed randomly to, to give me an idea of like what a level would kind of look like. Oh. Okay, let me explain. There used to be a Sketchfab marketplace, ArtStation marketplace, Unreal, Unity, all those marketplaces. And most of them were owned by Epic. So Epic launched a new platform called Fab and merged all those together. Oh, that's cool. I've only really dealt with itch, to be honest, and it's kind of cool. I've never heard of that before, to be honest. But yeah, like I was saying, this was my old dungeon layout. It's I don't know. It didn't look too dungeony to me, and things didn't really fit together. So I took it upon myself to basically just clean up all these models. Or I'm in the process of cleaning things up, right? But why is my cursor messed up? But the idea being, I'll just show you briefly here. Like, so everything is on the grid, and everything can be snapped together like that. Well, not these pieces. These are those need to be cleaned up. Where was it? I'm already messing this up. Yeah, these pieces. Here we go. So like, things snap together. You can drag over the columns, and then you just rotate them 90 degrees so it's. Okay, so on Fab you get monthly free assets for a limited time. If you claim those once, those will be in your account forever. Free to use for your whole life, depending on which license you choose. Oh, cool. Oh, that's kind of neat. So it's kind of like a subscription-based thing, I guess, or like I mean, yeah, it kind of makes sense, I guess. Like, it's kind of like, I don't know, PlayStation Plus giving you those like free games or whatever. Or I guess nowadays I don't know if you own those games, but But yeah, I'm basically just in the process of like adjusting all these models so that they all snap and fit together nicely. And I can give you a brief example of I deleted a bunch of my rails here, but like yeah, the idea was like I'll just take this for example. You can just duplicate it repeatedly, rotate them, and then when you're good with it, you can just take over like the end cap piece, and then just snap it on like that. So I've been kind of designing like a mock dungeon layout because it's I don't know, because it kind of helps me focus or it, oh okay, yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, I imagine if you're talking about all this, you probably know. Your fab store is worth thousands of dollars, eh? Damn. You always claim those limited time free packs. That's pretty dope. That's pretty dope. Oh, so you've been in the game industry. Oh shit. Okay, yeah, yeah. So I don't need to bore you with the details. You already know what I'm talking about. Coincidentally, I am learning what I'm talking about because I haven't worked in the games industry. But yeah, that's the plan. You know, just make a pseudo blockout, like a what do you call it, gray box, and then replace them with the assets, and then make tweaks to the assets as needed. So that's what I'm working on. And the previous pack, I mean, I'm talking about it now, so I may as well show it. Previous pack I did on my itch was this nature themed pack. So yeah, it's kind of choppy, a whole lot of shit in the scene, but yeah, they're like animated, and you know they have like they just got a bunch of things in them. Not really doing a good job of advertising this. Yeah, exactly. Gray boxing. So then you just place the actual assets. I think it's like on a layer, and you just turn off the gray box layer kind of thing. But yeah, the previous pack I did on my itch page was this nature themed pack. So it came with like I can't even remember. It was like 90 something assets altogether, but I used texture atlases to do each of the categories. So that was something new to me and you know something I was learning. So that's kind of how I treat these. Have you used the website called Open Game Art? No, I don't think I have. I think I've heard about that though. Sounds familiar. But yeah, no, the plan is you know, I just this pixel I don't know, this pixel, but this nature pack taught me how to do these pixelated textures and stuff like that. And then this dungeon pack is basically teaching me how to do where is it here? And yeah, this dungeon pack is basically just teaching me how to do like what do you call it? I can't even think of the term. Rough maps and bump maps. In addition to that, I've also been kind of learning how to do trim sheets, which I've been using for those stone blocks and stuff like that. So yeah, pretty much what I'm working on here. Just hacking away at these models and you know tweaking them in my little pseudo layout, and you can get free stuff related to games there. Oh, cool. So you've been in the games industry, hey? Have you like I know it's a weird question, but like have you made any games or worked on like any games? That's a good atlas, and trim sheets are used everywhere. Yeah, I mean, like my idea is like I don't know what this pack would be used for. I mean, it is dungeon themed, but I imagine like I don't know. I kind of like texture atlases. Like texture atlases to me, like I'll give you an example. Like in that old scene here, so like this was just just turn it on that. This was just one texture, like a single 128 by 128 texture, and it didn't look. It looks fine, you know, it looks fine, but it looks kind of boring too. But when I learned how to use texture atlases, you get just so much more detail in the. It's kind of messed up there, but yeah, but you get so much detail like in the assets. So I'm kind of on kind of working through that. Okay, so you have been on a bunch of games. Okay, hyper casual. And casual phone games and or VR games, NFT games. Interesting. Okay, here's something I would like to tell you. I mean, yeah, I mean, feel free. You're gonna tell me something, yeah. As long as it's appropriate, you know, I mean. But yeah, it's been cool. Like, I like this project I've been working on. It's been teaching me quite a bit, to be honest. And honestly, it's kind of fun. Like, I never really thought I would get into this kind of. Oh, cool. The floor looks repetitive. You can make some planes with alpha textures and put those on the floor to break the repetitiveness. So, like, what are they called? Like, decals or decals? Oh, that's kind of cool. I kind of did something like that, what you're describing, but same goes for the walls. Use light objects like torches and paintings. Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. Like this is still very much a work in progress, and these are some of my paintings that I did. But no, that's a cool tip. Like honestly, that's a really cool tip. So maybe I'll use in addition to the textures I have, maybe I will make a couple of what you just said. You know, alpha decals or decals. I don't know what the pronunciation is. And then yeah, it would be cool. Like yeah, it's good advice to be honest. I appreciate that. I'll definitely look into to making I don't know like cracks or something like that, and then like a little you can just slap them onto the wall kind of thing. But for now, I kind of took a break on the texturing. I kind of just wanted to get the modular aspect of things down, if you get what I mean. Because I feel like yeah, that's the core of what I'm at here. You know what I mean? And yeah, I got to change the rotation point on a bunch of these, but that's the idea. You know, just hacking away at this. Just something like I don't know, something like that. Maybe move the origin over, and then when it moves, oh, I keep pressing the wrong button. Something like that. But yeah, I mean, yeah, it doesn't have to be exact right now. That's kind of what I'm getting at. You know what I mean? Like, but again, I'm taking my time with this. I'm kind of. Oh no, I feel you. I feel you. Like I'm not actually designing like a level or anything like that right now. Like I'm just doing like a pseudo, like a kind of like a fake level just to get an idea of how everything works together. I'm like wondering like what the hell did I do? Oh, okay, I moved that. But just to give me an idea of like how things fit together, how the scale looks. If you have like a room with like dining area or something where the floor looks repetitive, to break that you can put carpet on the floor. Oh man, this guy's just dropping gems left and right. I appreciate it. That's dope, man. No, no, I really appreciate that. That's actually really good advice. Like honestly, and I hope anyone else reading this can take some inspiration from that for sure, for sure. I'll have to go over my textures again, and I made a few carpets like that. I made in this 2D scene I was working on. Like again, I know it looks really repetitive and stuff like that, but that was the plan. Kind of like if you have like a whatever the floor, kind of like you said, yeah, like just break it up. I learned all those things when I worked in the architecture industry. Oh shit, I used to make interior designs there. No way. Yeah, this is all new to me, bro. Like, I am not in architecture. I am not, like... Yeah, I'm not, like, any of that, to be honest. But, it's cool. It's cool to learn this stuff. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's cool. Like, honestly, like, I have no idea when this pack will be done. But, maybe I'll try and, I'll definitely take your advice into account when when I like finalize the demo scene for like when the pack is done, for sure. Maybe I can run it by you. Maybe tune in and like another time when I do that and critique it or something like that. But no, I legit appreciate that though. That is like that is dope advice. Oh, okay. You learned from YouTube, my friend. Okay, you have a degree in comp sci, and it has nothing to do with art. Oh, I feel you, bro. I feel you. It's kind of how I learned too. Like just doing it and fighting with it. Lots of YouTube tutorials. Lots of there's a couple of channels I looked at that do like game art breakdowns from like Naughty Dog or something like that, and they talked about they use modular assets, they use like trim sheets and stuff like that, and like I don't know, there's like alpha maps to add like decals or decals. Again, I really don't know what the pronunciation is, but yeah, that is legit advice, man. I appreciate that. But man, like just working on this pack has really kind of pushed me as a 3D hobbyist, artist, whatever you want to call it, because I mean it could be better. Like a lot of these things could be like improved, but open game art website right now. I'm kind of busy with this, to be honest. Kind of just want to focus on getting these done, but I could probably take a look at it. What is it? Yeah, this seems like a yeah, it seems like a lot of assets on this website. I guess yeah, if you use it a lot and you use it for your games that you've kind of made, that's kind of cool. Nothing against like free assets or putting assets out there for people to work with and use, but yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of work that goes into this, to be honest. Can I show it on stream? Nah, probably not, because I'd have to tweak a bunch of settings, and like I said, I'm kind of busy on just not busy, but kind of focused on just doing the cleanup of these models. But I'll take your word for it, though. I mean, it does seem like a dope website. Yeah, I briefly looked at it. So you got like 2D assets, I guess 3D assets. Oh, that's kind of sick. So do you do 3D like yourself? Like do you do any like 3D modeling or anything like that? Oh, nice, nice. What kind of modeling do you do? Is it like I guess like architecture or something like that, or both game and architecture? Oh, that's dope. That's dope. And so, like you said, you kind of just learn from all like YouTube tutorials and stuff, hey? Oh, nice, nice. I'll probably check those out on break. I'm gonna be taking a break in a few minutes here, so I'll take a look though. For sure, I'll take a look. I'll take like a quick 10-15 minute break. I usually do my breaks like at the hour mark or so, just give myself a little bit of a rest. Cause I noticed like with this work, I stare at my screen a lot, and I kind of feel like that can't be good for me. You know what they say, what doesn't kill me makes me stronger. No, I'm just joking. I think it's a bad habit to constantly be staring at screens, even though that is literally what I do. Not to be a hypocrite, you know, I just think that. I mean, if I wasn't staring at a screen, I wouldn't be able to do these models, if you know what I mean. So, I feel like sometimes you kind of have to, have to do some. I don't know where I'm going with this. Nice. And I can rotate this 180. No, that's cool though, man. That's honestly cool to you know, to meet people who actually, you know, have like some experience in this industry. That's rotate that on wide. You want to get rid of those bots? I have a trick for that, which is from Twitch. Oh yeah, yeah. Lay it on me. What do you got? I mean, to be honest, they don't really bug me. I kind of feel like they're just part of the the ecosystem here. But again, you know, yeah, I just kind of tell people to just be wary or be wary. I don't, again, I don't know the word, but just be, you know, watch out for it. If you go to your channel dashboard settings under moderation. Oh, okay. There's probably a setting there. Hey. There is block phrase. Oh, okay. So you just block certain phrases. Okay, yeah, that might be useful. Might be really useful. I'll have to do a, you know, deep dive into Twitch moderation at some point. Yeah, tell me, brother. Cheap followers. They always. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, no, yeah, that is a common phrase I've seen a lot. Yeah, I don't think there's a. I don't think. I don't know. Cheap followers sounds kind of weird to me, to be honest. Like, why would you want like? I don't know. Maybe people have different purposes, but for me, I don't know. I kind of appreciate organic growth. If you have to buy your followers, then I don't know. Maybe you're like a business, or you're, or I don't know. It's just part of like your business plan or something. Yeah, they do get annoying. Hey, those bots. Yeah, no, they definitely need to go. But I'll figure that out sometime. I'll, you know, I'll crack down on all that. Yeah, that looks good enough to me. Okay. Origin point is centered. Perfect. Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I have a suggestion. Don't make a pillar like this. It is just increasing poly count. Oh yeah? Instead use a texture with a normal map. Okay, okay, yeah. I will, yeah. Yeah, it is probably a bit overkill, I imagine, but... Yeah, I will have to look into that. I'll have to learn how to make a, wow, what the hell is this pattern called? Same for the walls. Yeah, I don't know what it was called, like a hewn stone texture, or it's kind of like a... It was some pattern. Can't remember what it was called. Patchwork is what I called it. But yeah, like I said, I appreciate the advice. That really helps. So I think what I can do is probably, yeah, I'll probably have to learn how to create like a seamless texture for it then. As for the walls, like, yeah, I mean, I don't know, it really depends. I kind of like I like having everything as like a flat plane, But no, I kind of like the look of these models, like the thickness of them or whatever. But yeah, I imagine there's probably a way to just have like a flat texture and it pops out kind of thing. You can get free textures from many websites. Oh, that's all good, bro. That's all good. Like, again, I appreciate it, but I kind of like just painting my own textures because it's kind of fun, to be honest. Like all these, yeah, like the trim like the trim sheets, like these are all kind of just hand painted, and I kind of like it like that, to be honest. But I appreciate the links. But yeah, for the time being, I think I'll just keep them as is because like I'll worry about the cleanup after. Because like I said, I'm focused just on making things modular, making them connect, and yeah, I honestly kind of like like the look of each brick like that. So, but again, it's I don't know how to say it. It's just a work in progress kind of thing. But in the closer I get to finalizing this, I'll definitely take your advice into account. Maybe I'll, like, I don't know, flatten out like the wall or something, and it's just like a single texture that's popped out or something. But that's half the fun of this project, right? Just kind of learning as I go and just getting making a bunch of mistakes, just learning from them. Like one of my mistakes right now is not knowing where I put that piece. Yeah, right here. So yeah, that for sure. Like I don't know. I don't think it would be I don't think it'd be finalized just yet. But again, I kind of like the look of it. So who knows? I don't know. Maybe this is fit for game dev. Maybe not. But I just kind of take it a day at a time and just get busy and learn as I go. All these provide CCO or CC0 textures. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. But kind of like I said, I prefer to paint my own. But definitely, I can use those as references for sure. I can definitely open it up and then look and like use it as a reference to kind of make my textures. So, and like honestly, I don't know. I kind of like texture painting now. It's kind of grown on me, to be honest. Kind of just pick out your own little texture type and turn off that. And pop out the color palette and just pick something out and just go at it kind of thing. It's been a while since I've done it, but it's fun. I enjoy it, to be honest. It's a nice way to break up the monotony of things. It's not exact, like, there's a lot more to a lot more that goes into it, but yeah, it's been a while since I've done texture painting. But I enjoy it. Like, I honestly just enjoy this method of like texture painting things. It's really fun, like, to be honest. Like, I'd honestly recommend it to anyone interested. It's a fun way to kind of just draw and, like, draw in your own textures, add a little jitter to them and let them shake a little bit kind of thing, or add like little details to the carpet. But yeah. Yeah, like I said, I'm not really too concerned about all that right now. Like like I said, I just like the look of these right now. So whether I'll flatten them out into like, textures and optimize it more, that's to be determined. But that's more of like a late stage thing. But again, I appreciate your input. Yeah, making separate objects is too heavy for a game. Puts load on the CPU. Oh, you do all that in Substance Painter, hey? Oh, that's dope. Yeah, no, I basically just did all this in Blender, to be honest. Whether it's, good or whether it's bad, I mean, I personally don't really pay attention to that much, but something to be said about, just creating things with your own two hands and, and just taking the time to really, put your own little spin on it kind of thing. Like I said, there's always room for improvement. I'm not saying these are the best or anything, but I just kind of like the look of it, if you get what I mean. And it's fun. Like I said, it's just fun to make these kind of things. It's actually a lot more fun than I was expecting it to be. I was expecting this to be like kind of dragged out, and it might take so long, but nah, it's cool. I like it. But yeah, like, man, like working on a project like this, like, yeah, it's been taking me quite a bit. Oh man, I like teleported. But yeah, it's honestly it's been an incredible experience. Like, I've learned to texture and paint a bunch of different things, and gotten used to the Blender ecosystem, and now I'm kind of learning to like how to make things modular, right? Because I feel like there's a lot of power in modular packs, as opposed to like, well, I don't know. I'm not a game dev, but I imagine like building everything uniquely would take quite a bit of time. Whereas if you had a pack, that's properly scaled and everything, it'd be like easier to build out a game. You know what I mean? Now, what that game is, I have no idea. I'm not a game dev, and I don't really have any plans as right now to do that. But it's awesome. Stairs look off to you. Oh yeah, no, these stairs. Again, like I said, like I'm not really too concerned or anything right now. I just needed them to line up with the proper floor height. And to be honest, I haven't really done a whole lot of stairs just yet, so this was like preliminary work, if that makes sense. It was like, okay, let me just test out how this works and get an idea of how to texture paint, how to unwrap, and then. But that was early, and then I'm like, okay, maybe I should focus on making all this like modular and stuff. So I feel like I'm hitting a good stride with it. I feel like the stairs actually kind of work for my needs, if that makes sense. They're on the grid, they can rotate proper, right? So I'm not too concerned about how the look of the stairs just yet. Right? All I care about is that they line up. Like, so it just, it makes sense. You can, okay, you have a floor, the floor can become the ceiling kind of thing. The height of each should be less. Angle of stairs should be between 30 to 45 degrees, eh? Well, I'll be honest with you, I have no idea what angle this is. Yeah, like, I don't know, basically all I did was just take a, I think it was like I took a piece of floor or something like that. Oh no, I took like 2 floors, I think, yeah. So like basically all I did was like take 2 floors or something like that. And then yeah, I just kind of use measure tool for that. Yeah, I'll get into that in a bit, but I basically, yeah, I just made a bunch of cuts like that. I think like 7 cuts or something. And then I kind of just took them all and like raised them up by like 1 unit. So like, oh, it's on the grid. I'm like, okay, 1 unit up, and then unselect, and then 1 unit up, or like extrude 1 unit up. I kind of did it like that, to be honest. That was just like a quick and dirty way to get some stairs. At least that's my approach. I mean, I could try out your approach in a bit. Yeah, something like that, right? And I know those aren't exactly available in object mode. Oh yeah. Okay, yeah. Yeah, like I said, I'm not really too concerned right now about this. Just kind of going as just kind of learning as I go. So, I don't know. You'd be like, you take all of them and like scale them up or something like that. But yeah. The measure tool. Okay, so this thingy here. So like, how do you do angles on this? But yeah, no, I'm not too worried about this, to be honest. Right now, I'm like, oh really? No, let me just test that out. Okay, so you take a cube, a precious cube. Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. I think I saw that in a tutorial I was watching. Yeah, it was like the profile type, I think it was, and then you could do like steps or something like that. And you do like increase the segments or something. Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I did see. Oh, that's actually kind of cool. Like, I'll admit that is pretty dope. So I don't know like what length. What the fuck? But yeah, I'll have to tweak that more. But that is a cool method, to be honest. I like that. I appreciate that. That's a really cool method to because I can swear, yeah, I've seen that in a tutorial. Take a cube, one edge, bevel it, then bevel F9 option. You can change the shape to a stair. You can do one more thing. Oh yeah? Well, how many like segments do we do? I don't know, like maybe 10 or 15, and then we just kind of, okay, maybe a bit more than that. 16 segments, and then make it like a nice even number or something like that. Maybe 1.75, something like that, I guess. Oh, okay. There's like an add-on, hey, Archimesh or Archimesh add-on. That's actually pretty dope, man. Like I appreciate that. And then I guess I could just scale it like however, or I guess I just turn back on that setting. Probably pop the origin here and then bring it out. Yeah, individual origins and like scale it or scale it on the Z or something. Oh yeah, for sure. I'll have to check out that tool or that add-on. Sorry. Yeah, I don't know. That looks like it's actually a. Yeah, no, honestly, like, I haven't really delved too much into Blender add-ons because I kind of just, like, to be honest, I kind of like to figure things out by hand. Like, build up a good foundation first. Oh yeah, that's much better. That is much better. Hey man, I appreciate that. I don't know, I'll probably like scale it up by 2 or something like that, and then Oh yeah, let's do that. Why not? Let's scale it up by 2, and then we'll take the origin, pop it over here, pop it back on the grid. It's on the grid, and then so that's 2 units wide. So then we reduce it by half. So now it's 1 unit, something like that, I guess. I don't know. Like I said, I'm trying to keep I'm trying to stick to like a whole pattern thing. It's like, okay, if it's a set of stairs, it's like 2 floor units long, and I feel like that's kind of cool. Like I kind of like that. I just don't know if that I don't know. Like, what's the height of this thing? It's about 4 meters tall, so I don't know. Maybe make it like 3 meters or something. And just squish it down a little bit. If I remove my piece and then do this one, yeah, I don't know. It looks about okay. So 3.1 meters. Maybe I do something like that, and then I'm back to where I was. So if I compare, okay, yeah, I kind of see what you're saying here. Oh, nice. You linked a tutorial. That's dope. That's dope. I think I'm gonna stick with this bevel cube method because that's really powerful, man. Like, I actually really appreciate that. Because I looked at a tutorial like maybe a couple weeks back and I saw it and then I completely forgot about it. Yeah, that is dope. I actually think those stairs look much better now that you mention it. Smoother too. Instead of like my janky ass, like. Alright, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna take that, I'm gonna put in my templates here. So I'll call this old. Just to keep it as a reference, just to compare something to. And we'll call this one templates there new without the space. And yeah, still snaps. That's what I was looking for. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I like that a lot, bro. This is theory about stairs for games. Oh shit, bro. Okay, I feel you on that. I'll have to look at that at the end of after the stream. Who would have known, man? Who would have known you could just take a cube and then bevel out a corner like that, and then damn, that's a really powerful fucking excuse my language, but that is really powerful, man. That's dope. That is so fucking dope. I'm like, look at it, man. Like, they're all evenly, like, stacked and, like... Because I was kind of worried. No, like, I wasn't too worried, to be honest. But I was always like, how am I going to fix that one stair piece that's, like, too short or whatever? How many steps is that? Like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. About 9 steps. I'll check out that add-on probably next stream or so. I don't really like fucking around with my settings like during stream, but I'll definitely take a look at it. Like, if anything, I'm kind of learning. Like, I'm trying to. It sounds weird, but like I'm trying to learn how to do these things from the ground up, so I have like a stronger foundation. You know what I mean? Because I'm just saying, if I were to move to a different 3D suite, like Maya for whatever reason, or like I don't know, is Houdini like a 3D modeling? Like, if I move to a different 3D suite, I would love to know how to keep it to not rely on too many add-ons. You know what I mean? So like that beveling thing with the profile is like because that's native to Blender, right? So, but yeah. Anyway, it's dope. I appreciate it. Yeah, no, I'll check it out. I'll check it out next stream, like for sure. I'll fuck around with it, like maybe offline, like maybe next, like before I go online again, and I'll just figure it out. Cause, like I said, right now I'm kind of focused on just cleaning up these columns and stuff like that, and organizing stuff. So, other software also have many add-ons. Yeah, no, like I said, like I kind of enjoy just learning how to do things like the old-fashioned way, so to speak. Kind of just solidifies the knowledge to me of like how to actually model things and like like kind of like like how to measure and how to make things like to scale, if you get what I mean. But I'll definitely check it out for sure. And to be honest, I really don't plan on moving to a different 3D suite for whatever reason. I kind of like Blender. I like I like the workflow of Blender. It's fun. It's enjoyable to me. But yeah, no, I'll definitely take a lot of your advice into account, and I'm thankful. I have like someone who's willing to teach me or kind of just give me a few tips like that. But not many people do that, I suppose. So again, thank you. Okay, so yeah, you've used Maya and Max before. Okay, so yeah, you probably know a lot more about those things than I. But yeah, well, let's see, what time is it? 1.5 hours in this stream. So I'm gonna take a quick break, like a 10-15 minute break, just to give myself a breather. And I'll be back in about, yeah, 10-15 minutes from now. So I will be back. I'm just waiting for this to save. I will be back soon, starting now. Hey, it's me again. I forgot to set a timer, so I don't know if it's been 10 or 15 minutes, but it's been some amount of time. But I'm back. So right, I was chatting with some guy that claimed not to be the FBI, but he gave me some good tips. They gave me some really good tips on how to optimize this thing better. So I'll definitely take that into account. I don't know if they're still around, but let's continue. Let's continue this process. So I was standardizing the heights of these pillars, which I think would go by pretty quickly, to be honest, because it's just pillars. They don't need to be copy pasted everywhere. But I think after pillars, we will do. Yeah, I still have to do some modeling for stairs, doors, and walls, but I think we'll finish up with pillars and then we'll move on to the gates, and then maybe that would be a good stopping point. And then maybe next stream I'll get back into modeling things again. But yeah, I think this is coming along quite nicely, so to speak, and I'll just take it a day at a time, or I guess a stream at a time, which kind of turning into a day at a time. But just take it one step at a time, and hopefully sometime in the future this pack will be completed, and I'll put it out on some game markets. I'll probably just put it out on Itch, to be honest, because that's just what I'm familiar with right now. But yeah, it's coming along. It's coming along. That's all I can say. It doesn't look like much right now, but just you do just see what happens in the coming months. I don't know. I honestly don't know how much longer I'll work on this thing, but honestly, I want to see this project to completion. So, and yeah, I don't know. We'll see how well it's optimized at the end of it, but maybe I don't know. We'll see what we'll deal with that when we cross that bridge. For now, let's just go back to, or I'll go back to standardizing the heights of everything. I think it was like 3.1 or something. I made it 3 meters, 3.1. No, it was 3 meters. Yeah, the walls were like 3.1. I guess I don't know. It's just a lot to take into account. Yeah, they're about 3 meters. Yeah, before they were about 3.1, but that was interfering with the floor, so I'll make them at 3. So without further ado, I'm gonna cut the mic. I'll put a different ambience on. I don't like this. Well, I like it, but I feel like we should listen to something a little bit different here. That being, no, let's find a different one, like, cause kind of like the cave ones, like not the rain and thunderstorm is cool, but I don't know. I'm kind of looking for like, yeah, I'm looking for something different. Okay, this one's not too bad. I don't know, Drela's cottage ambience, rain on windows, fireplace, and a white noise. Maybe we can do that one. Let's just see here. Oh shit, they got a snowy night ambience. That's what I'm about. White noise, soft wind, and rumbling. I don't know what's rumbling in a snowy night, but it could be the abominable snowman. I don't know. I like this. I like the snowy night ambience. That's my jam. So let's get into this. Note to self: do not click randomly while the program is saving. That was it's not like I lost that much progress. You know, I feel like I've been saving quite regularly, but that is yeah, it's something to be aware of. But if you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm just confirming the modularity of these models. I'm basically just checking, do they, like, I mean, they should, theoretically, if they're all 3 meters tall, then they should be at the right height here to, you know, between the floor and the wall. But, you know, because I'm very nitpicky about this pack, I'm just going to keep testing and repeatedly testing every model to confirm to myself that yes, it's fine. I mean, theoretically it should be, because, you know, that's how math works, right? Math doesn't really change. But still, you know, I just I don't know, just to make, I don't know. I just want to do it, okay? Like, I just feel like it. That's should be a good enough excuse, or a good enough reason. And if it's not, you know, I mean, you know, just deal with that. Just, no, I don't know. I'm ready to take a break, to be honest. Like, I think that's why I turned on the mic. I just wanted to talk a little bit too about what I was doing. Man, this is a lot of work, but it's awesome. I honestly like it. Kind of chilling, to be honest. Like, to mix and match all these models together. You probably just bring that closer. Yeah, something like that. For the most part, I think it looks good, but again, you know, there could be something that sticks out to me, so we'll just keep doing this until I feel like it. Yeah, maybe I could do something like this. My problem is, like, I keep duplicating everything because I don't want to delete my source models that are here. That'd be a pain in the ass to redo. And to be honest, I don't really feel like redoing a bunch of these models. It's hard enough to fucking do them in the first place. Now it's like I gotta redo them. It's like, nah, I'm not about that. So far, I think it looks pretty decent. Yeah, I think it looks, I don't know, that's my opinion, you know, it's my own personal opinion, but, you know, I am the one who knocks, and I'm the one who's creating these, so, you know, it's kind of, I might be biased in my opinions. And, you know, as some commenters have pointed out, you know, there's a few optimization things I could be doing, but at this point, I don't care. And not to say it in a rude way. It's just right now I kind of have like a plan for this stream that I'm working on, and kind of just want to stick to my plan. You know what I mean? Like, just, okay, here's my task, here's my set of tasks. Get it done, and then for the next stream I'll refine, or, you know, do the next thing. I should be testing these wood walls too. And, you know, this gives me a better idea of, like, okay, maybe I need more variety in the wall. You know, I have like fucking 2 walls I'm working with here, but you get what I mean, though. It's like, okay, maybe I should make more different like modular walls to go along with this, but the idea is the same. Like, if the math works out, if it's a set length and width or whatever, then it should. Oh, excuse me. I didn't mean to crack my shoulder in the mic, but yeah, it should, if the math works out, which I hope it does, then theoretically this should all be just fine. But, you know, as the creator of this pack, it's on me to test it and to confirm that. Otherwise, I would be misleading people. I don't know. No, I mean, I already tested these ones for sure, for sure. Yeah. I actually like the trim sheet because I'm using the same trim sheet on both of these. So it kind of looks cool. Kind of looks like it's just part of it, but that's not what I'm here for right now. I'm here to... Oh yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. That is awesome. And again, you know, maybe there's a better way to do it, but at this point, don't care. Just trying to figure out the proportions of everything, you know, make sure it all snaps, make sure, you know, it all makes sense, that if there's a floor above it, that it's not clipping through it, or, you know, to minimize the clipping, because I'm sure there's going to be some of it. And yeah, and that's all I got to say on that. Why isn't this working? Oh, it is working. Oh yeah, I'm not paying attention. Clearly a sign that I'd need a break pretty soon, so. And this time I'll set a timer. I don't know how long I took a break last time. Could have been like 20 minutes for all I know. But then again, you know, it doesn't make a difference to me. Okay, so from what I can see, I tested out all these pillars, and they all seem to line up just right. So, with that being said, I think a break is in order. What do you think? Actually, don't tell me. I don't care what you think. I'm gonna take a break regardless, so no. I don't mean it like that. I mean, I'm gonna take a break. I just want to confirm, okay, is there any other stone, any other pillar types? These ones I don't really fucking care about. I mean, like, it is what it is, but I'm not even making sense. It is what it is, but yeah, and these, oh man, yeah, there's just so much more. Okay, well, these I think I'll count as doorways, not pillars. So I'll throw these, not these. I don't know what the hell this is supposed to be, but I'll throw it in there too. So I'm gonna throw those into like doors. And yeah, these are not proper stone doors. These should be... Oh, excuse me. These should be removed or moved somewhere else. But I don't know where to move them, even though I made them. You can kind of see my thought process on this pack. It's a lot of move things over and then recategorize and then re-figure out. Oh, you know what I'll do? I'll make a... what should these be? What should these be? I mean, theoretically they could be used as doorways, but whatever. I'll just leave it as is. Just extend this out here. Includes them, and then yeah, these I can just get rid of. But it's good to see, you know. I'm like, look at this. This is like a hallway kind of thing. So like, if I were to jump down into here, look around a bit, it'd be a, you know, it'd be a nice hallway, you know, decorated with some decals. Fuck it, I'm just gonna call them decals, or you know what? I'll look up the pronunciation, but we'll just call them decals for now, okay? Cause decals, like, sounds better, but decals is, like, funner to say, so, you know, I'll decal it, you know what I mean? Like, I'll have, like, a deck full of decals, but, no, I'll come up with some extra textures to, okay, I know I said I would take a break, but I'm kind of addicted to this, as you can probably tell. So let's try something here, just to break up the monotony of what I've been doing. So let's make a texture. Well, yeah, we'll just call this a decal, so we'll call it deck. And let's call it crack A. I like to go A, B, C, D because 01, 02 is like, it's a tip I learned from some guy on YouTube. Can't remember who at the moment, but it was a tip that made sense to me. It's like, we'll go with 128, 128, add some alpha, we'll call this deck crack A color. And it was a cool bit of advice that I like. And he said, you know, label your textures and models like that, A, variant B. Because if you go with like 01, 02, 03, 04, 05, it gets kind of gets cluttered and it's hard to remember. But I feel like if you have variant A, B, C, D, it makes a lot more sense. And to be honest, I use that method in like when I do music. Like I'll save a iteration and I'll call it like, you know, iteration. Oh shit, where did that? Okay, there it is. You know, I'll call it you know, like project 56 underscore A, and then I make a change underscore B underscore C. So I like this idea. Anyway, let's make a quick decal. Okay, you know, you like decals? I'll show you a decal. Let's been a while since I've done texture painting, but I'll figure it out. It's not like rocket science at this point. So I want to do a crack, so I'll probably keep it black, and I won't try to rhyme because I feel like that's a crime. And we'll just erase the okay, I don't know, really, I'll just shut up. Let's erase the alpha. Okay, we have no alpha on it. And then let's add, oh, I guess I could just right click. Go back to mix, and then let's set that to, yeah, closest, so it comes off pixelated. And let's go new texture, we'll randomize it, rake random. We will go with an anchored view, and then I will go to this button. Yeah, okay. Now comes the fun part. I gotta figure out how to make a crack using these Blender parameters, which I think I've done before. I just gotta scroll through everything. I'll just raise this up a bit so it's easier to see. So let's go with something hard. Yeah, something like that. That's what I'm at. That's what I'm getting at. So let's go. Oh shit. Okay, yeah, we have that. Maybe a different background. Yeah. Anyway, I got a better idea. We'll just do this. So why won't it show up? Okay, it shows up as white. Okay. Yeah, like I said, I need a break from this, but I am stubborn, so I will continue to struggle with this indefinitely. How the hell am I gonna do? Can you like hear my thought process in real time? I've done this before, like when I was back in the, you know, when I was doing like a lot more texture painting. It was a lot easier to do this, and I just jack up the contrast. Yeah, this is not helping. Let me think for a second. What can I do to make this more visible? Nothing. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Oh, okay, well, there we go. Maybe that would help. Yeah, there we go. Sorry, I didn't turn on the wireframe. I don't know why I thought I did. So, yeah, now I have my wireframe. And when we go with black, we're adding... But what are we adding to? Nothing. That's what... Okay, let me go with gray. Let's choose a different color, something that's not gonna make me look like an idiot here. Just give me a second to think. There was a way. There's a way to do cracks. I just need to remember it. Like, that works, like that's fine, but I don't want that white space in there. So how do I get rid of the white space? Maybe I just add more white space to it. No. Sharp. So there's a sharp fall off. Maybe that's not what I want. Probably not. Lighten. No, that's not what I want. Multiply. A lot of things I don't want that's happening right now. Overlay? No. Okay, maybe this is too bright. Maybe I gotta turn that down. Yeah, we're painting. Okay, we're on paint. There is a way to do this. I know there is. I've done it before. Oh, that's kind of cool. Let's go back to mix. Okay, I feel like mixing is better. Something like that. I'm in. Oh, you know what it was? You know what it is? I did not connect my alpha channel. Hey, there we go. Okay, get this. I did not connect the alpha channel for whatever reason. Let's just pretend I didn't make that mistake. Let's pretend, you know, it's all good. So let's reduce the roughness. Let's increase it because I don't think a crack should be shiny, but you know, you never know. Maybe, you know, maybe there's some shiny cracks out there. That that sounded very strange, but yeah, I you know, I hope you get what I mean. Oh man. Okay, let's do something like. Okay, you know what? It's not a crack anymore. It's a spider web. It's not a bug. It's a feature. Let's see now. If I rotate this, so something like this maybe. Yeah, I'm sure there's a better way to do this. Like, I'm sure there's a much better way to do it. But, I cannot think of that way right now because my brain is tired and I need a break, which I will take. But first, I must. I don't know what I'm saying. I was gonna say bake, and I'm like, oh, I don't need to bake. Like, I'm modeling, not baking. There's a way to do this. I know there's a way to do this. Like, I've done it, again, when I was more into texture painting before, I was, like, really into it. But, might have to do with, like, my fall off settings, probably. But, yeah, probably a way to do this. Or maybe it's erase alpha and I can just erase out the alpha or something. You know what, I'm not gonna worry too much about it. I'm gonna fucking take my break. But yeah, I'll worry about the decals like later. But yeah, you get an idea. Like, it's kind of like erase out pieces or, you know, some crap like that. Let me do something different. It was yeah, it was like it was a really cool method I learned. Oh, let me change that fall off to like constant. So yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at. Like, you kind of get this like broken up kind of pattern, and then it looks like cool. And not this. This does not look cool. This looks very bad, but that's the idea, right? So I'll focus on doing like decals and stuff like that, or maybe like rust stains, or like, or dare I say, blood. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. Let's try that. Let's try that right now. I know. I said I'd take a break, but like, you gotta understand, like, this is fun. This is really fun. too much. Maybe. I don't know. We'll just, yeah. Anyway, there's there's a method to this madness, which I feel like explains a lot about these streams. To be honest, there's like a, it's just madness. Do I make video game music? That depends. What is your definition of video game music? I like to think so. I just it's kind of like actually, you know what? I have a great way to demonstrate my music to you by taking a break. I don't mean that in a rude way. I mean like I'm past due my little break. I'll be back in about 15-20 minutes, but I will play out the little streaming bumper that has a bunch of the unfinished demo tracks that I never seem to finish. So yeah, you can take a listen. Maybe I'll cycle through some of them. Yeah, I'll be back in about 10-15 minutes. I'll just let you listen to a bunch of this. Or maybe I'll pop open FL Studio when I get back and maybe I could show you that. Because I'm kind of burnt out on modeling, to be honest. Hey, it's me again. I'm back. Yeah, I didn't want to interrupt the music when I came back. So, yeah, to answer your question, I mean, I do make music. I wouldn't know if I don't know if you'd call it video game music. I mean, it's definitely inspired by video game music, but yeah. Just give me a second. I was just testing something in Blender, but do I make video game music? Let me just open up FL Studio and I can show you some of the stuff I've done. Just give me 1 second here. Yeah, there we go. So I'll just go through. You already heard that. I don't know if you heard this track, probably, but. Oh, you try to make it, but you're not good at it, hey? Oh, it's all good. It just takes time. Like, I don't know if this is gonna come into the mic, so I'll probably mute the mic. I don't know. I don't fucking know. I don't know if it's gonna, like. I hope it doesn't come into the mic. Yeah, I'll just turn it down a bit on my end so it doesn't bleed into the mic. Yeah, there's this song. I don't know if you want to sit and listen to the whole damn thing, but okay, good. That's good. Okay, okay. You can hear both me and the music, so I hope it's not fighting with each other. Again, I don't know if you already heard this one. I think it played already on stream, so I won't really. I'll kind of just skip through it if that's good with you. I'll just go in order, I guess. I'm just trying to. Oh, you've already heard. Yeah, that's what I figured. Just look through some other ones. It's kind of like they're named like Project 110, Project 28, so like they don't really have titles. So it's kind of hard to remember. Yeah, this is not. Yeah, this is some weird shit I made. So, so if you don't mind me asking, how long have you been making music for? I just yeah, this was just some ambient stuff I threw together. So I just took some stock samples somewhere here. Yeah, from these packs. I think. This is like yeah. I try to imagine what part of the game I'm making the music for and make it. Like menu music, boss encounter. I started years ago and then stopped. Then I started again and stopped to do more 3D modeling. Oh, cool. But I want to keep at it. Hey, like that's. I mean, I don't know. I guess you can't really. I can't really judge how good your music is without hearing it. But my advice would be just keep making it. So I post some like clips on SoundCloud if you want to check it out. Oh, okay, okay, all good, all good. Yeah, I mean, like if you kind of see a lot of my projects are just demos, right? Like I barely go anywhere with them. But some, I try to work on. Let's see here. Just look up Onslaught 2000 on. Okay, okay. Yeah, you get what I mean. Like a lot of this is just kind of like demo stuff. But to be honest, like I don't really think of what the music would be used for, or like if it's a menu or boss music. I kind of just fuck around with patterns and play around. Like you can see, it's kind of like just repeating like endlessly, right? But there is some I guess some tips I could give. Like, let me just keep going through this list. So yeah, I mean, I don't know, what program do you use? Like, do you use FL Studio? Yeah, see, like this goes nowhere. Okay, yeah, this was the let's play the most recent one. Oh, you use Ableton Live. Okay, okay, cool, cool. Ableton, I think I've used that like maybe for like a week or something when I was like years ago. I used it, but like, what exactly do you feel like you struggle with when it comes to music? I'm assuming you compose your music, like you don't just do video game remixes, like I've done. Oh, you compose your music. Oh, that's dope. That's dope. If you don't mind me asking, do you have like a background in music? Like any formal education or anything like that? My issue is that I don't know much about music, so making anything cool or long is hard for me to do. I feel you. I feel you on that, for real. I've already listened to that. My next question for you is, do you listen? Like, I know it's a stupid question, but do you listen to a lot of music? And that could be anything, it could be like some commercial releases, but me personally, like, I listen to a lot of video game music. If you listen to what I make, you'll be able to tell. Oh, okay. Hold up. Yeah, let's see. What did you say it was? Onslaught 2000. Yeah, like, might as well check it out. Quick question though, like, are you okay with me listening to your music like on stream? Like, I have permission for that, or am I gonna get like fucking FBI on my door or something? Okay, yeah. So you listen to a lot of video games. Okay, okay. I just wanted to make sure. Onslaught 2000. So let's take a listen here. Oh, that's a dope profile picture, dog. You got like fucking Magneto or some shit. That looks dope. 11 years ago, my epic. Alright, so that was like your. What is that? That's not you, that's someone else. I'm just gonna click your profile and. That was an idea, not really a song. I feel you on that. Like, dude, like, a lot of my music used to be, like, just like that. Just simple ideas that I would put together. So let's listen to this next one, The Storm. Not bad, to be honest. Oh, looking for a fight. And this one, Boss Music. And then on, okay, so this one's just called I Like. This, did you make the, oh, you can skip, okay, yeah, that's what I figured, it's probably, yeah. Stalking My Prey. Oh, okay, yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'm like, it's probably just a playlist, but you never know, you could have had like a sleeper track like that. Yeah, hey man, it takes time. You feel me? It takes time. Trust me. Like, a lot of my music used to sound like this too. Just, well, maybe not like this. Like, yours is a bit different, but. No, you gotta let go of that, man. You made this track, like, Stalking My Prey, you made that 11 years ago. So I'm pretty sure what you can make now is probably, somewhat different, depending on how much, how much effort you put in. But remember, the number one advice I can give, again, I'm not like, I don't have like credentials in this field, but don't compare yourself to others. Compare your music, your current music, to the previous one. Okay, yeah. So the Looking for a Fight was recent. Okay, but like you said, you know what I mean. Like you transition from music to 3D modeling, so I'm sure you're fucking great with. I don't know. It's a mix of things. So let's look at new sample. This one's not bad, to be honest. That was you learning to play your MIDI keyboard, hey? Oh damn, you play the keys then, hey? Still have not learned to play. No, I feel you. I honestly can barely play. Like, I don't even know chord. Like, I have, like, my piano keys, like, labeled, like, A, B, C, D. Like, I don't even memorize the keys yet. So, I feel you on that. No, last part here you can skip. All good, all good. Intro. I forgot to remove. I've done that with some tracks. Like there's like just 2 minutes of silence in some tracks I've exported, and I'm like, well, that's yeah. I feel you on that. I kind of like intro, to be honest. I can see it as like an intro, I guess. The drums are the only things that are out of place because it's just a loop I placed in it. Oh, I see. Oh, so you don't do like your own drum programming? You can't get drums for some reason, really? Like you can't find samples, or you just have problems programming in the drums? Oh, okay, keys and strings you understand, but drums you don't. That's all good, we all have our strengths and weaknesses. So let me ask you this. Like again, like I have no music theory. I know like very little. But are you aware of like the circle of fifths? So moving on, my epic plus strings. I know of it, but I don't understand it. I saw videos explaining it, but it went way over my head. I feel you on that, for sure. And then back to my epic. I think we listened to this one already. You can listen to it again, makes no difference to me. Yeah, so there's like a trick to the circle of fifths. Okay, yeah, I can skip this one. Let's go to Harsh Arrival, the last one. 12 years ago, that's commendable. And then, yeah, that's someone else again. But yeah, no. Honestly, your music isn't that bad, to be honest. Like, yes, like, there's things I can point out, but, like, as a whole, I think it's honestly commendable that you could even, put your work out there like that. Harsh Arrival I wanted to make as a song, I just can't seem to get it out of my head. Okay, okay, I feel you. So I'm just gonna play like a tune here. So like I've been doing many iterations on this, but I'll just give you a listen to it. Do I have the image or not? My circle of fifths video thing I made. You know what? Instead of just playing music, let's do one from scratch, and I could probably walk you through my thought process. Mind you, this has been like 3.5 hours on stream, so I'll probably be cutting it pretty soon. Oh, this is cool. Thank you, thank you. So like I always hate telling people to look at my channel, but like I don't have the settings to show you the circle of fifths right now, but I made a little video on my channel, and this is just transferring some knowledge I took, from a different video. But essentially, the circle of fifths. So let's just start with like a basic instrument just to get an idea. So again, I'm kind of out of practice. I've been modeling for like weeks, so I might not be able to do proper music stuff. But what I like to do, so instead of circle of fifths, so let's just start off with like what do you call it? Drums. And I can give you like a general idea of how I do my drums. So I'll try and make that same beat that I made last time. So we'll go like kicks. Yeah, I might be a bit rusty on this. Yeah, I'll do kicks. So like something like this. I'll turn it up a bit, the speed. Yeah, I kind of messed up my settings here, so I might be a little bit rusty, but it's fine. I've been doing a lot of modeling myself, so starting music will be challenging to me. Actually, I can just do a breakdown of that recent song. It'll probably be easier than doing it all by scratch. So what I like to start with is actually my kick drums. So I'll make, and so this is from me doing a bunch of video game remixes. I've come to realize that the drum patterns are a bad idea, but before I show you that, I know I'm like jumping all over, but let me just show you. Yeah, I think I'll just show you this Mega Man X3 remix I was doing some time ago. Or no, that's a bad idea. I know, it's like let me find a. Yeah, there we go. Armored Armadillo from Mega Man X1. So like, before I play everything, I just want to make a mention that like I've noticed that, and I'll just rename these properly just so you can see it. Just give me one sec. So like from my, not studies, I wouldn't call it studies, but just from my screwing around with video game music, right? Because I used to do like a ton of remixes, and so what I've noticed is that video game music is composed in like what do you call these, like 8 bars or 8 measures, just about. I mean, there's like, you can ignore that end part. So what I like to do is I first like to take drums A1 2 3 4, right? So 8 16 24 32 bars, and then the song repeats. That's video, and I'll just play this just so you can hear it. Like this is 1 sec. I'll just keep coloring them as it plays. So yeah, sorry, it's kind of a weird song, but like I was saying, so like each of the like it only plays for like 32 measures before it repeats. You feel me? So what I like to do is break out my drums into, like, I call them patterns, like A1, A2, A3, A4. And like I didn't compose these, right? I did not compose this at all. This is just a remix that I dissected, if that makes sense. And so I do this method like eight, well, let's just call it bars because I don't know the terminology. Like 8 bars, 8 bars in a bass, 8 bars in a pad, 8 bars in a brass or brace. No, it's probably brass. So like you can kind of see it here. Like if we just play this like section here. It's very repetitive. Well, not, it's not like repetitive, but I'm soloing the right. Yeah. No, I'm not. I'm even looking at the right pattern. I'm an idiot. Anyway, what I'm getting at is now that we understand that, I can go back to this GBA music that I did, and I'll show you how I was breaking down the drum patterns. So like this one. Oh, there's only 4 measures. I made it right, and then I did another pattern. And the real power comes from changing the velocity. Like these, like how hard you're hitting the notes, like at that. But that's, a bit advanced. But and then what I like to do is, just basically create a basic pattern and then duplicate it and add more to it. Then duplicate it, add more to it. You feel me on that? So like I have my 4 drum patterns. Well, it's kind of mixed up here, but same idea. It's like I want the song to be like 32 measures or so, and then sort of repeat. Again, you gotta bear with me. Like I'm not really a teacher. It's kind of hard for me to convey my thoughts, but anyway. So I'm gonna, like, again, like I said, if you look at my YouTube channel, I have like a video called Circle of Fifths. And if you can follow along with that, that might make it easier to understand here. But if I'm doing this correct, okay, yeah. So this song, like let's just take this one pattern, right? I highlight the orange part, my main chord on F, right here. And then I look in the circle and I understand that F, G, C, and A, these 4 notes are in that, I don't know what you call it, F major chord or whatever. It's basically like, yeah, if you look at that little video, it kind of tells you that, okay, you start with the main chords, and what I like to do is, with a major, I'll just start with like that, like I'll stamp down an F major. I didn't do it for for this part, because this is just the melody, right? But yeah, it basically just tells you which notes you need to play, and that's how I compose. So like again, I just use F, A, G, C, A, and D. So like if you'll notice in that video, like if you put the main chord on F, then you'll see that all these notes line up with that circle. And once you understand that, it's so much easier just to compose, you know what I mean? To make pattern. And then you can make variations. Well, that's what I kind of did, right? So like, but yeah, like yeah, it's kind of hard for me to explain properly, but that is the gist of how I do my music. I just change that to like something else. So again, this is probably a better example. Oh yeah, I feel you. Okay, yeah, okay, that's good that you sort of understand what I'm talking about. So if I look at this one, So these are majors, so I went with D sharp, or D, sorry, D sharp is E flat, I think. Yeah, E flat, because you fall down one. So I'll line up my circle of fifths on E flat. And now, okay, so like here's the breakdown. Green chords are major. You feel me? Blue chords are minor. Yeah, I can't remember. Okay, maybe it was on B. It was on B. What the hell do you call it? B flat was the root chord thing. Anyway, so E flat or D sharp, I guess, because this note lines up with my green major chords. So I started with the major chord, and then I went to D. So. And then to A, yeah, I can't remember what fucking thing I did, but anyway, it's like, I'm terrible at explaining this. Essentially, all you gotta do is place down major chords, place down minor chords, and then just shrink them proper. So just to show you the inversion of that, well, I don't know if that's the right term, but like, something like this. But yeah, I mean that's like the general idea of how I go about it. And then to do bass lines, again, I just take, what's that one at? A flat or B flat F. Okay, so B flat F, B flat F, and G. Okay, so again, looking at B flat as my root chord. And I think that's pretty much like the gist of it is like, and then I try to break it out into like, and from there it's just rhythm, you know what I mean? Like, okay, instead of making everything, you will see these like grids, like these 4 squares, right? Instead of making everything so like robotic, it doesn't sound cool. But if you just space them out a bit, okay, 2 between, 2 between. But yeah, I've been working on this track for a bit of time, so it's bound to be some kind of I don't know what the term is, like some kind of polish to it. But yeah, I've done a lot of variations of this track, so I'll just kind of show you. This is actually how it started. I'll just show you the very first iteration. So. Let's see if I can find a different project to kind of show you too. There's just so many of them to go through. Now I'll just go to the 4th version of the same track, just to kind of show you how it evolves over time. But you gotta understand, like, a lot of that goes into this is just from me listening to, like, Gradius 3 type of music, like video game music. I just want to replicate those drums, and then I use the circle of fifths to, compose the melodies, the chords, and stuff. And from there, it's just choosing the right sounds that sound good to you. If I can find, yeah, there's a lot. I guess I should mention, if you, I hate advertising to people, but if you drop into the Discord. I actually have like a tracks channel where I post a bunch of these demos. But no, honestly, my best advice to you would just be, just keep playing with music, just keep practicing. And if there's a song you like, I would recommend just keep making variations of it. The hard part for me is selecting the right instruments. No, man, yeah, like, trust me, like, it takes time. Like, I can, like, hold up. Just, I can find my old music. Yeah, like, here, I'll give you an example of some of my older music. So this is Caustic. This was actually a mobile fucking app. But I'll show you December 23rd, 2017. Like, this, yeah, this was not good music in my opinion. And I was, yeah, I relied heavily on arpeggiators, or arpeggios. But my drumming was so, like, so basic, you know what I mean? Like, we all start somewhere, man, like, to be honest. Like, I don't have it on me now, but I have, like, folders from, like, 2015 that go back, and they were really bad. Like, look at this. This is just, like... you know what I mean? It's just, like, chord, 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 and then go up a chord, then go back down. A lot of the work is this arpeggiator that's doing a lot of the work. Yeah, but yeah, I used to be like, you know, this was just where I was at, and honestly speaking, it was really embarrassing to share music with people. And remember, this is like music I tried to compose, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, this might be a bit different, but again, I started to learn how to... Yeah, I don't know. Like, nothing's labeled here. Yeah, it's basically just... But what helped me, like, it may not help you, so, like, let's see. Yeah. Was using these scales, which change, like, my notes, right? Oh, man. Okay. This is a good example of, like, what my music used to be. You can probably just see the notes here. boss music. Well, this is like probably not. This was probably made in like 2021 or something. So I was getting a little bit more used to things, but still, I relied heavily on these scales. And what those do is they just change the notes, so like they're all in scale. Like, listen to this. My advice is treat every track that you do, or like attention. Treat them all as like learning experiences, little lab experiments that teach you something. And if they don't teach you anything, keep making more. Might have some, oh, okay, yeah, I might have more music here. Yeah, this goes on for a while, but like... This, I think, was made more recent, like 2021-ish. Sometimes I would just make beats, like, you know what I mean? Just make a bunch of drum patterns as practice. I'll turn on the... You see what I mean though? It's like you start with kick, and then you copy kick over, and then you copy that over, you copy that over. You get what I mean? Like, it's not complicated. And then you just change the grid spacing to get, like, I don't like using caustic anymore. It's very frustrating to do, to work with, but yeah, like, what's grade? How great is this? So like that's the extent of what I would make. So yeah, like, no, I feel you. I definitely feel you on like how difficult music can be. And a lot of these are actually just sounds, like these VGM SF2 sounds, so... I'm not sure if you're familiar with sound fonts, but I used to rely heavily on sound fonts. This is like this is a video game, like, you know, Ninja Turtles 4 on the SNES. Like, I would be embarrassed to share this with someone, like, years ago. It's a good composition, you know, the Konami producers did fucking amazing work, but the way I remixed it was horrible. But, you know, oh, I think I have like a few more old ones. EDM 2. See, like nothing. But yeah, like, you know, like I wouldn't feel bad about your music so long as you don't give up. Like, I think you'll do just fine. Like, yeah, this was, oh my god, this takes me back. So, you know, I just threw on a random scale, E, Arabic, and then just... a lot of my music was like that, you know, just fake Mega Man X music. Yeah, let's listen to that. Oh my god. I think I used a scale. No? But yeah, like I was gonna say, like if you really do want to just practice up your drumming, floating. If you really want to practice your drumming, I would practice just doing like 4 to the floor, like down, like EDM drums, right? And then copy it. I don't know why I'm doing it in caustic, but whatever. And then add like. Right, like you kind of get the idea. I hope you get the idea of what I'm talking about here. But yeah, like this stuff takes like time to do. You know what I mean? Like, my dog. I'll go to a different track just to give you an idea. Let's hear Project One from my FL Studio. Yeah, so let me yeah, this is kind of a mix, so I'll just silence out these. I used to do drumming in the step sequencer, but now I kind of just do it in the piano roll. I'm more used to doing it there. This might be hard to read, so like, yeah. But yeah, my advice, just keep making it. Just keep making music, 'cause like that's the only way you'll get better at it. You know what I mean? Especially if you want to practice something like drumming or something. This might be, you know, a bit advanced, but a lot of this track was just drums. Like I'll just play it for you. This might seem like a lot, but yeah, this is how I used to do drumming. But you'll notice they were very short snippets. So like, you can see what I mean. I just copied them over and then added stuff to it. Project 4, EDM. Let's... So yeah, I mainly focused on... I made more bass lines. Yeah, this is a better way to show it. This is a much better way to show how I did the drums. You can ignore the fucking weird bass line. Yeah, like, I mean, just to give you an idea, start with kicks, add hats, maybe add more hats to layer them, and then add these little, like, I don't know, the extra sounds. So yeah, like drumming is I like drumming, to be honest. I like doing drum patterns. It doesn't have to be complicated. Just break it down. And this might seem like a lot, but honestly, like a lot of it is just sticking to this main beat, like 1, 2, 3, 4, and then from there I can make like little. You see what I mean? Like your ears will naturally guide you. Well, it's a weird sentence, but like you'll start to be able to hear like the snares are a good way to demonstrate like, right? But if you go like, so yeah, once you practice those up like much, I would recommend starting with EDM because it's fun. EDM drums are fun to do. But yeah, no, I know this stream is titled like 3D modeling and turned into like a music stream, but that's all right. But yeah, if you have trouble composing, I would highly recommend just opening up a MIDI file from a video game. If you go to like vgmusic.com, they got a shit ton of MIDI files there, and I like them because they let me I didn't compose any of this, right? But they just let me play around with instruments, like instead of. So yeah, like I don't know, just find a guitar or something to play. Yeah, anyway, that's like the best advice I can give to you is like if you're getting stuck on composing, because I have like many times, I would just crack open a video game music and then just play around with the sounds, and then I get a better feel for like, oh, okay, as an example, I would start favoriting like sounds that I like. So like. If it weren't for video games, like video game music, I don't think I would be able to like to stick it out as long as I have in this. But no, like legit, I would recommend just if you get bored, if you're like, I don't know what to compose and I'm having a hard time, take a video game music or like a song from a video game you like and just throw it into your Ableton or whatever and just play it. And what I like to do is like study it a bit too, but I mainly use it just to pick out sounds. But I'll show you the cool thing you can do with video game music, and I really don't mean to like show off or anything, but what I like to do with video game music is to chop it up into these, 8-bar patterns or so. And when you do that, or I'll just, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt the music. Let me just show you the first iteration, just to get an idea. Okay, I'm just like waiting for nothing. So this is just me popping in the MIDI file. This is the song, the intro stage from Mega Man X3. It's a good song, I like it. And you can kind of see it just repeats at this cutoff point. Or at least I think it does. It repeats somewhere. Yeah, it's like 32, 34 measures. Anyway, so once you have that, what you can do is something fun. Like, I know this is a bit advanced or whatever, but you hold up. Click the wrong one. You basically chop up your patterns. You know, you start dissecting that song into like 8-bar patterns, 8-bar patterns. And what I like to do is rearrange the 8-bar patterns. That's a bad example. Let me go to the... It's here somewhere. But yeah, not to go on too much about it, but like just, you know, using some of those, just gradually as you make more and more music, whether it be video game remixes or your own music, you'll pick up on little techniques that click with you. You know what I mean? So yeah, I don't know. I keep going in circles, but my advice to you is just keep making music because it's, well, number one, it's fun. I think it's a fun hobby to get into, but it also kind of teaches you things that, like, it's hard to explain, but like music is a very, I don't know, I guess if you knew music theory it'd be different, but to me it's like a very intuitive kind of thing. Alright, again, I'll show you the beginning. Which I cut up, I guess. Okay, yeah, I'll just import the MIDI then. I'll just give you an idea of it. It's here somewhere. X1 MIDI, and then you gotta find Storm Eagle. Yeah. Right, just import the MIDI and play around with it. But yeah, you do it enough times, like, you know, over and over or so, and you'll get to where you want to be. If I can find my own thing. You can kind of hear that intro again, right? And none of this is anything like these are not new compositions I added. These are all just the same MIDI notes, just chopped up and rearranged. And I feel like it's like a fun thing to do with remixing. So you can see I have like A1, B1, D1. You know, like I make little, just chop up the song, right? I think the drums are, yeah, like from the song too. But yeah. Anyway, I think I'm gonna end the stream here. Maybe I'll find some other tracks that I've composed, not just remixes. But let me look at my list actually. Give me 1 second. So yeah, I just have like a little music list here. I'll just quickly go through. Yeah, my point is like it just takes time, right? Just build off tracks and just enjoy it, you know, have fun with it. Look at that one, 28. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just going like in circles here. But yeah, the last thing I was gonna say is like, yeah, if you want to listen to like a bunch of these tracks, then yeah, for sure you can drop down into my Discord server because I post a bunch of these tracks over there. Yeah, that should do it for me. I think I'm gonna end the stream here though. Kind of just went on a little bit longer than I wanted it to, but that's okay. It's not a big deal. But yeah, I got nothing else, no closing thoughts or anything. Just I don't know. My best advice to people is like if you're wanting to do something, then just do it. I don't know that's terrible advice, but there's something to be said about just getting started with something and just diving into the hobby because there's like you learn things and you gain practice, right? And like again, I'm not a teacher. I'm not like I'm not a professional. I'm not like living it up like on my hobbies or anything like that. I just have fun with what I do, and that's what drives me to continue doing what I do. And yeah, I don't know. Just don't give up, right? I mean, there's some solid advice from an old Star Fox game, right? And I mean it, like I legit mean it, but it's like, never give up, trust your instincts, right? You'd be surprised at how much you could learn in like a year's time. And I'm not even fucking joking about that. Like, I had no intention of doing this dungeon pack like a year ago. I started it, but I thought it was like, this actually I might be in over my head and and stuff like that. But gradually, just slowly but surely, just taking my time with it. I again, it's not anything special, right? But just sticking it out with your hobbies really, it's it means a lot, right? It means a lot to just stick it out and go through the process of learning and the boring stuff and the fundamentals. But most importantly, I think you should just have fun with your damn hobbies because if you're not having fun, then why the fuck are you doing them? Like for me personally, like this is like okay, it's not even here. This is the reason I wanted to do this whole 3D thing, right? I wanted to create this Astro Knight character. He's a robot spaceman, and like I have all these ideas for him and stuff, but that's later down the road when I'm more well versed in in my music and my 3D and stuff like that. But what I'm saying is like I use these little projects of mine. Like I use these projects to help me make my main project better, if that makes sense. So I'll make a bunch of shitty 3D models, I'll make a bunch of like mistakes, but I'll learn and I'll put it all back into my main idea. This weird guy that's running in place, he's like jogging in place. Yeah, like things just take time. You know what I mean? You got to be in it for the long run. You know what I mean? You got to do it for the love of the game, kind of thing. Or if you're like me, you just really want to make a fucking robot spaceman. You know what I mean? Like, it's got all these like ideas for him. Like, okay, he'll be like, he has like a jetpack and shoot like lasers from his wrist and stuff like that, and have like a sword and a shield, and for some reason he's like in a dungeon, which is like not sci-fi themed, but he's a sci-fi guy, so. But yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of just rambling like endlessly at this point, but yeah. Anyone looking to to get into music or 3D, my best advice is just start. Start as soon as you can, and be prepared for the inevitable roadblocks that'll come your way. But just know that with perseverance, with taking proper breaks and stepping away, you will grow as in that hobby. You will grow to like at your own pace. You won't grow at my pace, you won't grow at your friend's pace, you'll grow at your pace. And that's why I think it's important not to compare your work to others. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's enough from me. I'm like, I don't know. I don't even know if this guy's still in the chat or if he like dipped out, but whatever. It's all good. It's all good. No hate, no hate. But yeah, you got to start somewhere. We all start somewhere. And it's nice to look back at your previous work and understand how far you've come in this hobby. And I do that every now and then, to be honest. Like sometimes I'll get discouraged, I'll compare myself to like such and such and like that, and I'll be like, man, I'll never be able to model like cool things like that, or like they know so much, or their music just sounds so fucking amazing. But every now and then, I have to remind myself. It's like, well, what were you like a year ago, and the year before that, and the year before that? You feel me? Oh, and my last piece of advice is don't be afraid of criticism. Don't be afraid of people telling you this sucks, this could be better. Let me give you a tip. I used to be defensive about my work, but hey, look, I made better stairs because of that one dude who came in. You feel me? This guy came into the chat and he's like, "Yo, bro, like, you're making these stairs wrong. Here's a better way to do it." And look, he was right. So yeah, those are my closing thoughts. I got nothing else to say. I'm just gonna save this. Hope it doesn't crash. And I'll play the little streaming bumper for like just a few minutes because I feel like kind of went on a bit too long for this stream. And I will see you next stream, which whenever that will be. So that's all I got to say. Thank you for watching, lurking, listening, and everything else. Yeah, just thank you. I appreciate it. And I like chatting with people and trying to share whatever knowledge I have or whatever I can help people with. Again, I'm not an expert. I'm not professionally trained in any of this stuff, but I just enjoy what I do, and I hope that I can continue to do so. And with that being said, I'm out. Peace. I forgot I turned off these bumpers. I gotta turn them back on. Alright, I'm out. Peace. Yeah, this is what Astronight's about. Running and gunning and... Yeah, I don't know why I said that. But this is what I had in mind for Astronaut. He's like running, shooting things from his hands, and he's like... Maybe has like a jetpack or something. Okay, anyway, I'm out. Peace.